Morning. This is 19th April 19th, 2020. Welcome everybody. Talk of management as usual. Management. Every day I say, and maybe you listen. How much do you get it? I'm not sure. How much do you respect it? I am not sure. I hope that you respect it. That's my you can say understanding with you guys. That's my understanding. There are certain files I'll show. I like to later on discuss with you. There are files here. And this so many files is regarding many contract arbitration and where contents predict knowledge of contract. So there are so many records I have based on my experience which I like to share with you later on. Also I have shared many of these. Many of these I already shared with you and I shall share with you later on also. Just like I'll share a very important thing, example here is that's very important point. That is, if you see this, this is something related to lithosphere. Lithosphere means a solid part of it. This is an active model of that. I'm just trying to show you this. This also relates to us being engineers because without this, engineering doesn't exist. This is actually a model conceived based on knowledge of applied geology. This is actually a model of Earth. There is circles, which are indicating actually spheres, not circles. This is 30 on top. You see this is crust, then mantle, and then core. This is general form of Earth. It is given densities here, different densities. I'll talk to you later on this. I'm just introducing now that this is part of engineering. And without this, with how earthquakes are generated, how state energy is released, all this part of Then we will follow on that. See some of the similar documents. For example, I like to show my knowledge contribution. For example, I have talked this much before in seminars. Otherwise, so many like it is changing cities, building technologies, similarly GGBS, PFA, similarly some other issues, then practical technical queries, then project management plan, and then structuring forum of India on that some activity. And then there was about this is something about tall buildings that were taken up sometimes. And this is it's like this is a high-rise building. I will just read it for you for information only. Later we move further and I will just see what actually it says. It says urbanization of metropolis surrounding areas general discussion. This high-rise building general discussion, which is very important for engineers and because this was actually a part of seminar, not seminar, you may say something you can say interactive. Here's like you say urbanization of metropolis surrounding areas, general discussion, high-rise Development requires accommodation for all citizens after food, clothing are provided. This is very important point that this development requires accommodation for all citizens after food, clothing are provided. This is basic, and you go first also true that food is first and of paramount requirement, but announcement now itself states that food may not be available. Well, let's say town planning, whether ongoing or in other parts of nation or in Delhi or NCR is haphazard since high-rise are owned by health, but health and safety are disarmed. This I say town planning, whether ongoing in NCR or else in other parts of our country, is haphazard since high-rise are owned, but health and safety are disarmed. Development doesn't mean just erect buildings in any manner. Development doesn't mean just erect buildings in whatever manner on plea that it's tall building to show to the world that we have got so many towers, why compare with others? This is a mark of explanation I given. This is mark of explanation I given on this. Why compare with others? Why compare with others? That's the point here. Because it's accommodation. Why should we say they have got this and they have got? No, that's not issue. Town planner should raise a question to itself. Town planner should ask a question to itself regarding why a tall building is required at all for residential use. Shall it not be possible? Shall it not be a possibility to develop just multi-story? Safety of buildings occupants should be considered a first consideration. Operation and maintenance for residential tall buildings is not affordable and not affirmative to facilitate convenience as well. I'm just giving a background of where we stand. This was a talk done somewhere. I'm just referring to that. Means what is in mind. Even though high-speed elevators are included for vertical circulation, it consumes enormous energy and time of users. The occupants are subject to many light and considerable risks at times. Now, during heavy winds, vibrations cause effects on minds. Height impacts on occupant psychology. Fire breakout can cause fire breakout can cause disasters to occupants. During fire breakout, it is very difficult to evacuate premises due to fact that elevators would cease operations. This is very important point. During fire breakout, it's very difficult to evacuate premises due to fact that elevators would cease operations. Buildings are not well designed for other disciplines, keeping apart structural engineering. An exclusive consideration is given to air conditioning system for comfort. Natural ventilation is not regarded to its best application. Basic criteria of a building should be health, safety, environment, and welfare of its occupants. Since premises are used for household, just production of covered area is not adequate, keeping in view its use. Occupants must feel safe and happy during occupancy. Foregoing points do not amount to criticism but selective considerations that are condoned by promoters or even architects or town planners during initial stages of planning, while engineers are not even consulted until a structural design comes into play. Certain points should be considered prior to making a decision for high-rise formation. These are just town or complex plans certainly require high-rise component. That's a question mark. Now what is required is 70% open area. What is required is, let us say, I'm going to give you text here. says, see, what's required is 70% open area for landscape at ground, which are supplied to all areas. Now it's true that gas suppression system would not support in residential accommodations due to fact the fire area should immediately be sealed for effect, which cannot be made a possibility in residential premises. Let me repeat it, it's a very important point. It's true, let us say point number 26, you can see here what I'm saying is point number 26 here. Very important point here. I'm talking about gas system. Fire suppression by gas system. I'm talking about this. The inner gen or some other, there will be FM 200 or its inner gen suppression system. I'm just talking to you about this advanced one. It's true that gas suppression system fire would not support in residential accommodation due to fact that fire area should immediately be sealed for effect, which cannot be made a possibility in a residential premises. Now, current water supply is affected by pressure supply line. I am talking of water supply, which is there. Currently, water supply is affected by pressure supply line, which requires electric supply availability round clock or 24/7. That may not be a regular solution. Such solution applies in countries that do not face power shedding. We have a lot of power shedding, or we need continuous generator activity which is against environment. Now, consideration should be given to allowance for services areas which accommodate chillers, package units, and other plants and gas units. All vertical and horizontal runs pertinent services interface with structure and architecture provisions require high degree of coordination. Ducting should be provided within covered areas for tunneling in all such services. To an extent possible, though it cannot be made fully concealed. During architectural planning stage itself, structural preliminary coordination should be conducted for avoiding during construction drastic alterations. So the different point means during, if you say this point 32, during architectural planning stage itself, structural preliminary coordination should be conducted for avoiding during construction drastic alterations. Not only structural coordination with services, but also with architectural provisions for avoiding disciplinary clashes, such since architectural requirement may force unforeseen changes on structural framing members. High-rise and multi-level structures would be prone to much higher level of post clashes during construction, leading to holding on the see Article 34. At 34 it is. You see, high-rise and multi-level structures would be prone to much higher level of post clashes during construction, leading to holding ongoing activities. Next is 35 says 35 is many times it has been noticed that even experienced professionals are not able to foresee such clashes among various disciplines. Just a concentration on designing is not adequate to produce artist product. Constructability without engineering and technical hardship banks upon very very well on details to be prosecuted. I'll go other one. Or there is one. I better know how to show this way. It's item 37. Constructability without engineering and technical hardship banks upon very well on details in to be prosecuted. In addition to constructability, ease of construction and delivery of quality product to should be considered on higher level. Then 39 is designs are taken care of by engineers and software, but construction prosecution is conducted by lay persons who do not value engineering requirement, while even line management is also, let me go further, even line management is also not very well informed. Then 40 is indeed an attractive external and internal envelope is produced, giving good architectural profile supported on space framing, but building skeleton is not evaluated to its expected requirement. Cost factor should be considered in a manner that an ordinary person may own such apartment in high rise, but cost per unit area is alarmingly low. It is going out of product of average person. Then if you see other one, normal apartments are available only in crores forget flats, which cannot be called development of people for people. So now another one says accessing construction material to higher floors. That's the point here in this multi high rise. That's a big very point of how to access the material. Accessing material, the construction materials to higher floors. Now main construction supporting activity is considered transporting required material to working locations on higher floors. Major materials can be classified into temporary, preparatory and permanent requirements. Temporary requirement is withdrawn after its successful use. Let's see this everything here. Preparatory requirement is removed from site by disbanding after its successful use. Permanent requirement is placed forever, is included forever after successful inclusion, and it is for what engineering design is carried out. Designs for other classes are made for operational requirements for repetitions as standard system. Scaffolding is temporary requirement provision. Formwork is a preparatory requirement provision. Placing of reinforcement bars. Placing of reinforcing bars is a preparatory requirement, while bars being permanent requirement. RMC, HPC is a permanent requirement. At AC plants are permanent requirements. On sites, tower cranes, mobile cranes, and winches or temporary elevators are used for effecting vertical movements supporting material flow. Number of such plants required on site depends on volumes of material to be raised to higher levels and available hours allowed for that, hours allowed by schedule. Now, concrete is transported by tower cranes or mobile cranes in limited quantities to higher levels, while concrete pumping is used for considerable quantities to considerable heights. Pumping of concrete is also constrained on to reaching to very high levels, say more than 100 meters locations. To resolve such issue, old technology that used for RMC in 80s is utilized with improved provisions. Now, such technology requires stationary concrete pumps located on site with concrete carrying pipes, booms fixed en route immediately at various locations. On site, materials raising equipment varying in capacity 200 bhp to more than 2000 bhp may be used depending on height requirement. Various specific cases would necessitate conduct on-site trial to evaluate real plant capacity requirement. Real plant capacity requirement without and exclusively depending on theoretical computations. Just for an example, concrete pumping to a height of 100 meter requires an arrangement suitable for pumping 1.9 ton weight of concrete with well designed anchored arrangement for steel pipes worth 3.1 ton. Hundred levels structure may require arrangement suitable for 350 to 400 meter to be continued. Okay, now say citing tall buildings considerations is this. The considerations are here. Citing tall buildings considerations must spelling is wrong. Still, master plans generally do not permit such buildings in congested areas. Master plans also do not permit such buildings near airports. Master plans also do not permit such buildings near ancient structures. Since tall buildings may affect easement rights related to existing structures, such buildings should be proposed only for free areas. Such free areas may be located at coast or at river banks. Such structures often rest on rocks. Properties of soil near surface do not concern considerably. Tall buildings locations should allow locating associated carport to avoid congestion by parked cars blocking all streets on road sides. Such problems have been noticed even in UAE, Abu Dhabi and Dubai, where parking had been menace and still do. I have seen car parked on central lines of roads, which is not acceptable. People had no other choice over there and ready to pay fines. In fact, tall buildings should be permitted in queue of tall buildings. For example, Doha Cornish, diplomatic enclave, got many slender and tall structures in one row, though looking tall buildings congested area. Personally, I do not appreciate such planning, since planning should speak of some objective or philosophy or unity and rhythm. Tall buildings and other such buildings should reflect about culture of that area and unity with harmonious reflecting, announcing structure tuning. Structure should be exposed to produce vistas created by beams and columns elevations, but it has been seen that all such elevations are covered by space frame supported facade in geometrical profile with such envelope framing whole area look monotonous. It's not understood by engineers why such structural elevations that speak of city it's not understood by engineers why such structural elevations that speak of city are concealed to show artificial architecture. Dimension of structure should be find infinite reflection. Dimension of structure should be so decided that building got adequate width to avoid slender structure, or at least a minimum. Reading it out. It's not understood by engineers why such structural elevations that speak of city are concealed to show artificial architecture. Dimension of structure should be so decided. Let's say now, just a minute. I'll read it and show you. Dimension of structure should be so decided that building got adequate width to avoid slender structure, or at least to minimize it. Then I support tall buildings with widened widths and crossings so that slenderness is reduced. Deep foundations are invariable for all width buildings, which excavation should require continuous dewatering, for which water disposal arrangement need be made prior to excavation commencement. Now this is just points, means I'm not giving some details talk on this, just for information of what actually we should do as a part of management. I will refer this later on, that's why I'm just trying to give you. Now fire water provision for tall buildings, that's a very important point. Contemporary, let me read first here. Contemplation requires to be made for including fire water tank or reservoir for structures. Every floor should have one outlet for pressurized fire water through one of many risers. All such risers outlets should terminate somewhere adjacent to fire hose rail location. Fire water tank should be located below basements or somewhere adjacent to tall structures. Now, maybe more than one tank would be required to cater for fire water demand. It should be kept in consideration that not more than 4 or 5 floors could be susceptible to fire attack at one time. It should be kept in view that should be kept in consideration that not more than 4 or 5 floors could be susceptible to fire attack at one time. Now this duration should be adequate enough for firefighting personnel to combat fire. Tall structures may not allow adjacent locations due to various factors involved. Below structure locations should be investigated with architect fire officers in past mistakes. Now, tall structures more than wind effect and seismic could be dangerous from fire attack viewpoint. It's not feasible to have occupants vacate premises in panic. It's dangerous to vacate using staircase that can result in accidents. A pressurized water line can be made use of immediately after fire break. Control of such line pumping should be from outside building and from standby electric supply. Distribution boards, since main supply is disconnected during fire. Pressurized water line could pass through structural slabs so that its static load is anchored while running pipes concealed by architectural ducts. Fire water tanks should not be used for potable water services. A separate pump room should be designed for delivering sound services to combat fire. On an integrated self-contained complex comprising many such tall structures, externally integrated fire water supply ring main should be provided to all times. Let me read first. That previous point will clear first. This is Now, on an integrated self-contained complex comprising many such tall structures, externally integrated fire water supply arrangements should be provided at all times, duly pressurized without fail, with adequate cut-off in sections, arrangements for maintenance purpose. Structural mechanical services coordination is required for all such provisions. In case many risers are included in buildings designs, all should be interlinked so the water from one could be drawn by other one to efficiently extinguish fire. Now, this is just a part of that. I am giving certain points because these are now a soil investigation reporting brief. Tall buildings require higher level of soil investigation. True that structure rests on hard rock, which is available much deeper than other normal buildings, which rest lesser deep. No. Exploration requires values of N, SPT, TCR, SCR, RQD. These are some notations in structures and in soil mechanics, or soil for what's N, what's SPT, what is TCR, what is SCR, what is RQD. Now, N applies to 300 mm penetration. N applies to 300 mm penetration for standard measurement per thinner number of blows during standard penetration testing. That is SPT. Higher value of N for lesser penetration indicates a better soil type, but it applies to cohesive soils and not to rocks. Rock samples are taken as core drill extracts. Let me see you show this first so that I continue. Then let us go further. Now, rock samples are taken as core drill extracts. TCR stands for total core recovery. That's TCR, as I said above. TCR, SCR, and RQD. TCR stands for total core recovery. SCR stands for solid core recovery. Core pieces more than 100 mm are counted. Core pieces that we extract from drill, from rigging, core pieces more than 100 mm are counted or measured to arrive to a total solids recovery. Means whatever you are taken out, what is total recovery, what is solid recovery, that's the notation here which indicates what type of rock it is. Core pieces more than 100 mm are counted, measured to arrive to total solid recoveries. Core pieces so summed up are compared to total core recoveries. Then RQD, which stands for rock quality designation, is arrived by computing ratio SCR divided by TCR. SCR stands for solid core recovery, and TCR stands for total core recovery. So if you divide that with rock quality designation, and higher rock quality designation indicates better rock. In some cases, more than 80% RQD has been reported. Soft rocks given lesser value. Other tests are thermal conductivity and resistivity tests, electrical conductivity as well as resistivity testing. Now, where soil is involved around raft or piles, soil parameters related to Atterbuck's limits are investigated. Other miscellaneous tests are also conducted, but prominent investigation in case of deep or pile foundation that may rest on hard rock have been named in foregoing. Alright. Now, reporting on soil investigation and testing should be descriptive, giving complete testing procedures adopted with relevant tabulated results and relevant recommendations to enable design engineer work out foundation, preliminaries, keeping abreast all indicated parameters. That's a very important point which actually I'm not finding in any report in here. Means I have seen such reports, many such reports overseas, descriptive reports, and I actually whatever I learned from them is much more than what I learned from engineering books. Now, I said, let me repeat it better. The reporting on soil investigation and testing should be descriptive and complete testing procedures, adopted with relevant tabulated results and relevant recommendations to enable design engineer work out foundation preliminaries, keeping average all indicated parameters. Then all assumptions should explicitly be included for clear communication. All limitations on reports should be elaborately defined. Now, air conditioning provisions within tall buildings. HVAC is though not related to structure directly, but impacts on its interfaces, which contemplation should be included at design stage itself. And HVAC, you know what is heat ventilation air conditioning it is. So we have to coordinate the structure because structure both are related indirectly, not directly. Current practice to network air conditioning system centrally controlled and super managed by building management system has been in effect for long on state-of-art basis. Current practice to network Such practice has been well effected for normal building. And even works satisfactorily for multi-story buildings, supplying comfort level of conditioned air. For tall buildings, requirements always vary, and to centrally condition all areas premises raise certain questions which designers should care about. What percentage of premises covered areas shall be affected by occupation of equipment? And there's a point in it. What percentage of premises covered areas shall be affected by occupation of equipment? Shall it be convenient to install all equipment at one level on roof terrace, or it would be better to install all on ground level located within service buildings? Shall it be convenient to locate all such equipment on various services floors? If so, provided at various heights. These are assumptions, or it shall be better not to opt for central air conditioning system but for other approaches based on state-of-art technology. All such considerations do require clear answers at preliminary design stage, since all responses impact on technology, floor area ratio and cost budget. Such provisions do impact engineering-wise on structural design considerations as well. Main consideration has to be made whether building management system shall be installed including air conditioning, or it shall be independent element otherwise. And in case of central air conditioning response, location of either chillers or package units involve many questions pertinent to respective locations, operational power weight and plinth basis requirement. Ducting routes for supply as well as for return air do require particular attention, for certainly such network impacts on structure at various locations on all floors. Because ducting is a big problem, such building it also imports fire. Means ducting means volume control dampers, and fire dampers, and generally it has been seen fire dampers often fail during their requirement and building catches fire. It has been reported that during fire dampers fail to work efficiently and fire broke out. So it's very risky game. And all floors cannot be networked from one equipment location. For one location, a number of equipment do have limited capacity sufficient for few floors only. Various floors shall be required for various couple of floors. Various floors shall be required for various couple of floors. Satisfactory air conditioning that could affect structural requirements due to plants functioning, which care should be taken for. These points mechanical engineers know very well, I know, but what civil engineers think about means it's a part of contemplation. Means you have to keep in mind all the factors before final designing. You are loading your actions, whatever you are taking into consideration, your actions and your loadings, all that. This should be kept in mind. This exposes to future problems. And indeed, false ceiling shall be provided at all such floors to conceal ducting and other service network, which in cases of services floors, such ceiling may not be required. If services floor is separate, it doesn't need that. Since regulators also included to control chill air flow from each occupancy unit, which provision affects working interface with walls, which could be either dry wall lining or brick or block walling depending on the requirements. Generally, these are dry lining by cement or plasterboards are preferred from decorative viewpoint, but results are not too satisfactory. Now, cement boards are used for external areas, whereas plaster or gypsum boards are used for internal areas. All such wall linings require steel framing or backing on which lining is installed. Such provisions have been reported not receiving further finishing items such as tiling to satisfactory. In case of building management system, monitoring further controls are required for gathering details from all areas including complete ducting, dampers and attenuators which require adequate attention at all design stages for coordination purposes and respective discipline interfaces. Wall-mounted air-conditioned units may not be preferred to be installed on high-rise buildings due to general inclusions of external glass envelope if so provided. Split system may be preferred otherwise for an alternative and for an independent control from each unit but may not be managed for operations by building management system. Such independent split systems may be satisfactory from convenience of operations viewpoint for only requirements. It could be installation of indoors as well outdoor units which could be installed on wall and ceiling balcony or even fixed on external wall respectively. Further requirement for such case shall be provision of condensate drains from indoor units to internal drainage floor drain. But between two systems, but within two systems, further preference could be extended to centralized split system of conditioning, which may require whole floor to be connected from one single located outdoor unit and all internal mini split units to be supplied chill air condition, air chill air from that. Various possibilities are there which are actually used on these buildings. Then such provision may require location from an isolated area on floor, and if such unit be meant for multi-floors, requirement may vary, but such provisions may probably be linked to management system. Centralized air conditioning system is always susceptible to fire, which must be taken care of at design stage. Though fire attenuator and dampers and other control devices are always included within system of ducting and units, yet there is no surety for any protection. Structure and architectural provisions should be made on whole. Structural architecture provisions should be made on whole floor consideration to provide fire resistant walls for at least 2 hours located within common passages, included with fire doors or emergency doors that could open in direction of running to exit. Now, proactive thought should be applied at design stage regarding access of voluminous and heavy equipment into buildings so that relevant walls are not closed prior to equipment being installed. Detailed studies should be made for services that should pass through plenum so that clashes are avoided and interfaces function properly to intended requirements and this is detailed study should be made for services that should pass through plenum, and plenum is a space through which you are about sailing. What space is used for that? Just see that one. Now, many services are installed that generally run through space between false ceiling and slabs of it or plenum, which must be explicitly defined during design coordination for such studies are not often conducted at right time. No. Now, potable water distribution to tall buildings. It's getting hot. Potable water distribution to tall buildings. This is here. Oh, it's gone. I lost this. That's, I lost it. Yeah. Come on. Don't time. Oh. Yes, come. Yes, potable water distribution. It all actually pays off. Finger was strong. This is without water supplies provisions, building cannot be made functional. Tall buildings require attention on a different mode than normal buildings due to fact that plumbing discipline is too complicated for all buildings whatsoever. Even normal buildings cause issues with water supplies for years to come, and systems do not function satisfactorily. Our conditions are different than than of those nations where there is no failure of electric supplies throughout the day, or we generally face power cuts on routine basis. Centralized water supply by gravity to all wet areas is not a possibility from one location. Central water supplies by pumping to all floors and all areas is also not a feasible possibility due to factual requirement of very heavy duty power pumps that could not be a cost effective working system. Now, economical and functional feasibility suggests that various intermittent flows should be used to plant in sectional water tanks to cater for various flows. I repeat, economical and functional feasibility suggests that various intermittent flows should be used to plant in sectional water tanks to cater for various flows. Such sectional water tanks may not pose issues with installations or maintenance, as well as such tanks could be insulated and non-insulated. If if not more up to 2 meter height, if not more, up to 2-meter height, sectional water tank could be installed on relevant service floor at various locations to cater for various wet areas down to service floors, which means that first service floor should supply. Let me show it. Show it on. Such, I was saying, yes, if not more than 2-meter height, sectional water tanks could be installed on service floors at various locations to care for various wet areas down to service floor, which means that first service floor should supply water, say from 5th to 8, cater for all 5 floors. Next service floors could be located at 10th floor level to cater for down 5 floors, which all requirements should be considered at schematic design stage and not later. Architect services engineers and structurally must team up to study possibilities and respond accordingly for a satisfactory floor performance related to water distribution. This water distribution should feed all bathrooms, toilets, kitchen, garbage chutes, corridor points if so located, points to cradle equipment if so required for windows cleaning purpose. That was it. This water distribution should feed all bathrooms, toilets, kitchen, garbage chute, corridor points if so located, point to cradle equipment if so required for windows cleaning purpose. Location of external tanks to reserve water should also be decided at design stage, since direct supplies cannot be relied upon for such heavy and continuous use. Overhead tanks cannot supply water by gravity to so high levels, which should be out of consideration for tall buildings. Water reservoirs required to be included on scheme. Water reservoirs required to be included on scheme located either below building or in vicinity. We are already preferred to reserve fire water below buildings, which situation does not suggest locating potable water reservoir there, for which external locations below ground should be selected. One reservoir may not probably suffice for supplies to all locations vertically. Now, computations shall be required to work out size and number of reservoirs and best locations so that least clashes are abated among external services run below ground. Fire water in no case shall be used for potable water in any case. Provisions of pumping equipment shall be required at all locations to all tanking areas vertically, for which respective rooms should be required or basement floors could be used. Since storage of potable water has been preferred at ground, all water pumping systems should be located either in basement or otherwise on ground. For 2 high level floors, interconnecting storage tanks may be opted for to avoid inclusion of very heavy duty pumps at first pumping location. From interconnecting storage tank, further pumping by functional duty pump may be carried out to second location and then to other locations if so designed for. Standby pumps shall also be required in addition to duty pumps to meet whatever failure of system or meeting maintenance. Services floors require diligent selection so that all service relevant to scope floors are properly included, installed and commissioned for regular use. Such pumping system may also be linked to building management system for better controls, though it's engineering wise complicated. All provided units shall be all provided units shall require locations within and without building, which should be considered during design stage, since pumping arrangement may also be required on intermediate service floors. Intermediate floors pumping should also be interlocked to external pumping outside building so that it can be remotely made functional during emergencies, allowing additional water availability on certain floors. It has to be remembered that water distribution system is a complex issue and must be cared by certain qualified professional who knows installation and performance of such network. Working out computations would certainly help arrive at right capacity of pumping units and requirement of whole system to function proficiently. Now accessing ready mix concrete to higher level floor by pumping, which is very important point actually. Uh, what's there? Oh, my friend is there. Let me see. Uh, Mr. Ashok, oh, Mr. Ashok is there. Ashok Manar, welcome. You are Fazal Khali, Korea, Pilno. I can't read. Accessing ready-mix concrete to higher level floor by pumping. As discussed earlier, for example, concrete pumping to height of 100 meter requires an arrangement suitable for pumping 1.9 ton weight of concrete with well-designed anchored arrangement for steel pipe for 3.1 ton. 100 level structures may require arrangements suitable for 350 to 400 meter. 200 level structure may require arrangements suitable for 700 to 800 meter. Considering distance to pump concrete to various high floors doesn't appeal to be carried out in a systematic conventional method. Conventionally, to multi-story buildings, pumping is carried out using mobile pumps say up to 100 meters without encountering major issues. But pumping to considerable heights within fraction of kilometer requires different attentions keeping in view weight of concrete, viscosity of concrete, and quantity of piping involved. Get lost this man interfering nothing for. Uh, no boom of any mobile pump could help perform such tasks, and even independently, such non mobile pumps may also not directly place concrete successfully to higher locations. I repeat both. But pumping to considerable heights within fraction of kilometer requires different attentions, keeping in view weight of concrete, viscosity of concrete, and quantity of piping involved. No boom of mobile pump, whatever mobile pump, could help perform such tasks, and even independently, such non mobile pumps may also not directly place concrete successfully to higher locations. Now, making arrangements for vertical piping also does not appeal on sites due to fact of additional mechanical structural requirements which is not functional. Where does answer lie then? Of course, routing in through building spaces. Routing in through building spaces that already have been constructed structurally should be utilized. Routing should be decided for higher floor levels, concrete pours by installing mechanical non-blast thicker pipe sections. I will build this so that I can read further. Routing should be decided for higher floor levels, concrete pours by installing mechanical non-blast thicker pipe sections to carry flow of concrete through and route various floor locations, passing through stair chutes and also penetrating cast slab walls. I read again. Routing should be decided for higher floor levels, concrete floors, by installing mechanical non-blast thicker pipe sections to carry flow of concrete through en route various floor locations, passing through stair routes and also penetrating cast slabs. All horizontal and inclined runs, pertinent steel pipes should be particularly anchored to hardened concrete available en route using well-designed steel bracket clamps. I repeat, all horizontal and inclined runs, pertinent steel pipes should be particularly anchored to hardened concrete available en route using well-designed steel bracket clamps. Should keep in mind while calculating fluid stresses and other forces created en route due to concrete by considering various joints, bends and other fittings. High, high performance concrete High performance concrete shall certainly be included for such pumping so that it does not set by time it is placed in to respective location. Moreover, since pipes are fixed to already built structure, external vertical fixing arrangements are avoided, but length of piping and concrete flow distance increases. Let me read first. Mm. Moreover, since pipes are fixed to already built structure, external vertical fixing arrangements are avoided, but length of piping and concrete flow distance increases. Pipes are connected at various floors, which encourage woodwork for entire duration of higher level concreting, which means that as project progresses, piping shall be augmented in its length from floor to floor. For highermost stretches, vertically intermediate stations could be required to receive delivered concrete and further placed by floor erected crane or further pumped to higher floors due to certain restrictions pertinent pump capacity. Trial was conducted at Burj in Dubai. I have taken this from the catalog. Trial was conducted at Burj in Dubai prior to deciding installation of pumping arrangement for making selection pertinent pump capacity. Whole length of pipe whole length of pipe was formed on ground whole length of pipe was formed on ground and concrete pumped just to know real performance capacity of equipment. Though consideration is made to evaluate flow time to delivery location and inclusion of high performance concrete, yet temperature may vary in and within pipe, which situation may lead to pipe blockage. This situation does not assist in smooth pumping. This situation does not assist in smooth pumping, which requires frequent ball cleaning through entire route or within blocked stretches by removing certain sections and route. I repeat, this situation does not assist in smooth pumping, which requires frequent ball cleaning through entire route or within blocked stretches by removing certain sections en route. Since concrete conveyance system is also to be included, even though for smaller duration during project execution, relevant consideration should be made while working designs. Route wherein piping has been installed should be closed for workers traffic. Route wherein piping has been installed should be closed for workers traffic so that damages are avoided or adequate protection applied. It has to be seen that while placing concrete from one location to other on same pour or changing certain locations distant, relocating delivery part of top pipe net may be removed and refixed to suit delivery outlet. Primary piping route leading to top primary piping route leading to top from batching plant or fixed location for transit mixer concrete truck should not be disturbed while if so required. Multi routes may be installed for major floor areas for tall buildings to reduce flow route to minimum. I repeat, primary piping route leading to top from batching plant or fixed location for transit mixer or trucks should not be disturbed, while if so required, multi routes may be installed for major floor areas for tall buildings to reduce flow rate to a minimum. To carry out concrete pouring, operations as such, specialist pertinent civil and mechanical disciplines should dedicate to such significant activities without any interference. Similarly, arrangements for post-pour curing have to be provided for accordingly on all floors using intermediate station of water storage. Take water can safely working on external envelope. I want to take some water. I feel thirsty. Sorry. Take some water right there. So, safely working on external safety should be considered of prime importance since life of every worker is at risk while working on higher levels. Safety requires that workers should work with full confidence regarding not being susceptible to falling or dropping, not developing adverse psychology by looking down, not be impacted to high speed winds, not be impacted by sunstroke, and thus feel comfortable though out working hours, throughout working hours when located at exposed areas. Is conventional system used for external scaffolding installation adequate for external working on higher floors at a building? It's a question Is worker safe while working in weather exposure? Is a question. Does worker fear psychological issues while working at heights? Accessing to locations at heights is not an issue since worker can use winch or other lifting devices provided for such purpose. Cup log scaffolding. Cup log scaffolding system is used for wearing purposes to construct temporary platforms for working purposes which are considered safe for normal working. Since work requires to be carried out at much higher levels, direct erection throughout may pose many questions pertinent to stability of scaffolding system. Possibilities to design alternative arrangement to use scaffolding in sections at various heights can minimize considered risks. Now, contemplations shall be required to be made for arranging intermittent anchorages at various locations vertically so that scaffolding system in sections can be started from a particular isolated level and not directly rested on ground or point most below. Let me repeat this. Contemplation shall be required to be made for arranging intermittent anchorages at various locations vertically so that scaffolding system in sections can be started from a particular isolated level not directly rested on ground or point most below. Such arrangement may be allowed to be made into constructed structures with approvals from engineer. Say 10 levels are covered with one systematic arrangement. Say 10 levels are covered with one systematic arrangement meeting requirement for 10 levels that satisfactorily can work for standard cup lock system without involving higher specifications and dimension cup lock system. Further, 10 levels could then be charted out separately but anchored to structure for constituting base support from that level so that 10 higher levels are covered for successful working. Now, sustainable suitable platforms require be fabricated for all working areas, duly provided with strong hands, rails and toe boards. All working platforms should be hidden from view and workers should not be seen working, for which net shading or other better means can be provided. View by worker to outside should be avoided during working so that concentration at activity is continued. Now, lifeline lifeline provided with full body waist should be provided at all locations at higher levels where workers are located anytime. Such provisions also protects workers from sun heat as well as from dust. During dusty weather, work should not be performed and tower cranes etc. should stop working. Similar types of arrangements can be made for working within lift wells and major vertical ducts for allied services. Now, safety should be considered first for a good working good work, keeping a new zero accident policy. No safety, no pain, but no safety, no pain. This is a trend of safety. Yeah. It's only small discussion of safety. There's all many videos available. You can go through and see all that. Now, electrical supplies to tall buildings. It's a complicated one. Electrical supply to tall buildings. Backbone for successful performance of every building is provision of well-balanced electrical power energy supplies. Requirement for a small hospital, say 500 beds, could require 25,000 kW power depending on various requirements and installed appliances. Tall buildings shall certainly require much more regular power supplies during its full occupancy. Now, detailed calculations are required to compute whatever consumption would be required for maximum building use requirement. Supplies shall be required for elevators, pumps, HVAC system, internal use of occupancy, common use of occupancy, circulation areas, etc. all whatsoever. All areas are required to be studied in details by an experienced electrical engineer in coordination with HVAC engineers so that details of load requirements are charted out. Now, charted out with applied factor to reach real requirement. Let me speed for this. All areas are required to be studied in details by an experienced electrical engineer in coordination with HVAC engineer so that details of load requirements are charted out with applied factor to reach real requirement. Since building housing electrical equipment is required to support tall buildings, service building housing electrical equipment is required to support tall buildings. Service buildings should contain switch gears and transformers with supporting installations. For tall buildings, service building itself would be a normal building. All equipment cannot be installed in basement for proper operations and maintenance. Electrical systems require proper design. For design consideration for every floor to be integrated system wise for its satisfactory compatibility with external power. All equipment cannot be installed in basement for proper operation and maintenance. Electrical system requires proper design considerations for every floor to be integrated system-wise for satisfactory compatibility with electrical power supplies. Now, bus bar, from floor bus bar to every last distribution board in each unit, adequate attention is required to be provided for. All equipment should be considered from detailed drawings while computing or tabulating power requirements. Such requirements shall dictate to determine transformer and switchgear capacities for purpose of procurement. Supplies should be distributed in various circuits or groups so that all power ranges require work independently without affecting other systems, as well as are independently earth. In many cases, all such major services are provided running through an underground tunnel connecting main or tall building to service building, including within utility service tunnel. I split this. In many cases, all such major services are provided running through an underground tunnel connecting main building to service building, included within utility services tunnel. In many cases, even carports are connected to main buildings utilizing utility tunnels. In many cases, even carports, I told her, whatever could be requirement, relevant structural inclusions should be considered alone. From basement areas, adequate drainage is also required to be provided for so that disposed drainage is conveyed to ground manhole. Getting my point? From basement areas, adequate drainage is also required to be provided for so that disposed discharge is conveyed to ground manhole. A deep manhole to comply with discharge level from basement is constructed externally. Deep manhole to comply with discharge requirement or level from basement is constructed externally, included with submersible pumps for pumping out sewage from it to surface gravity manhole. Now, such pumping considerations are required to be included with electrical load calculation. Such pumping considerations are required to be included with electrical load calculation, since there could be many such pumps to drain out discharge from basement or other lower levels. In certain cases, water treatment custom built plant is also provided somewhere outside building to cater for building requirement. Power is gone. Alright. Well, in certain cases, water treatment custom built plant is also provided somewhere outside building to cater for building requirement. In case building management system is included, considerations should be made accordingly. since electrical cables would pass through many routes and on electrical trunk routes as well as even penetrate through structural openings involves on slabs. Adequate degree of coordination which structure must be made. Interface coordination with all other systems provided for or considered should also be made at all stages. Let's see this. I'll go further. Interface coordination with other systems provided for a considerable is or considered should also be made at all stages of design and installation phases. Electrical installation can cause issue at whatever time during maintenance or life cycle of building, which is very difficult to control at later stage. Emergency alarm system should be provided for in such cases so that occupants gather for assembly at relevant floor areas. Building management system should be competent enough to activate automatically during an emergency for power shutdown. Building management system should be competent enough to activate immediately during an emergency power shutdown immediately whenever it is alarmed and message be sent to fire authorities. Management system should activate pumping to commence. Management system should activate pumping to commence with fire water supply to affected areas immediately after power shutdown function is completed. Okay. No building of whatever sort of quality or height is considered worth. Please do this. No building of whatever sort of quality or height is considered worth occupying should it not be safe from all such aspects adverse impacts, since building is meant for living and not to invite death due to its defective performance. Alright, now that is about multi-story. I am going to tell about fast track construction of stories, structural floors. Let me see how many more pages here so that I can decide my time, I can manage my time, how many minutes more I have to give this. Combination process of factory, I think. Lost inches, so let me continue this. It's not a big deal, I can do it now. So I do it now. Fast track construction of stories actually. Well, I prepared this on 21st November 2012. Actually, it's an old document, not now. So maybe there are many changes on that. Maybe it's in this both management that there could be many changes by now. I don't think, I'm not sure of that yet. I'm just giving my old document to you. Fast track construction of stories, structural floors. You know what is fast track construction means? Current practice for general and tall structures. What is that one? Cast in situ. Cast in situ construction applies to various structures where required working and material handling area is available on site. Cast in situ also applies to structures that require complex coordination for allied services and various non-regular plan shapes. Cast in situ is also helpful for better site controls on line management level. Let us see that one first. Alright. Site fabricated formwork. Site fabricated formwork can be conveniently used for preparatory works. Thick and massive members can be handled conveniently at all cases. I think you know what's thick and massive members. I have explained many times. It's for highly foundations. This that thick member means minimum dimension, short dimension 80 centimeter, 0.8 meter, and total quantity is up to 8 cubic meter. That's called thick member. And massive member means dimension is more than all that, means if thick is 0.8, so it's much more, and quantity also is massive, but only points are temperature controls. That is, we'll talk. I talked later on, and later on also I talked previously. You can see those videos. This will take time I talk here. Detect, so thick and massive members can be handled conveniently in all cases. Detected errors or mistakes can be reworked if so required. Construction vertical members and horizontal members do not cause major issues with exception of site time consumption, stretching schedule bars. Just look at this. I move further. You may not read in that time, but at least some words you can see. Site curing is required to be complied with specifications to keep concrete strength to mark. Site requires to control so that working areas are kept tidy to avoid accidents. Formwork system arrangements are required to be designed properly and installed accordingly. Particularly for slab works, third-party certification should be required from safety viewpoint. Now, proprietary formworks is generally used on all such suspended slabs preparatory works. Now, coordination of services can be done in a better way, and all instant changes can be managed to site satisfaction. Adequate care is resorted to while carrying out concrete pouring activity, ensuring that preparatory works are in contact in all respects. Close supervision for works prosecution and also for quality controls respecting pertinent procedure require attention. Immediate actions are required to be resorted to for corrections up to site in case of certain mistakes. Now, combination of cast in situ and cast in factory. That's the combination of fast tracking now. High rise or tall buildings are in line to current practice prosecuted on fast track basis. So that major work is carried out off site in factory and limited volume of work affected on site. That's combination of cast in situ and cast in factory. Again, high rise or tall buildings are in line to current practice prosecuted on fast track basis so that major work is carried out off site in factory and limited volume of work affected on site. Construction method adopted for such combination is cast in situ application for columns and beams, while factory production of precast slab to be installed on site borne over cast in situ columns and beams framework. This is little complicated paragraph. Construction method adopted for such combination is cast in situ application for columns and beams, while factory production of precast slabs or hollow core slabs to be installed on site borne over cast in situ columns and beams framework. Now, columns as columns as usual are constructed on site conventional by conventional methods of cast in situ procedures. Supporting beams are located on particular coordinates on plan that correspond with wall location. These are supporting beams. Once beams and columns are completed, relevant precast slabs units are transported to site and placed over beams. These precast panels are further required to be constituted into diaphragm status. Diaphragm status. Another thin layer of RCC slab is laid over precast panels, permanent forms. Fantastic. Walking is absent nowadays. I cannot walk because of lockdown. Another thin layer of RCC slab is laid over precast panels, permanent forms. Connections are made among all members so as system comprising of precast panels and cast in situ members acts as diaphragm. System prosecution works faster than usual cast in situ worked on site for all members. Now, quality control works better in factory. Quality control works better in factory for slab panels production, where autoclaving for curing can be applied easily. Saving on curing time helps keep bars length reduced as well as saving on prosecution time helps project run fast. Level of quality control affected on site is limited to columns, beams and slab or panels, which can be controlled in a better way without issues of many non-compliance reports, which cause headaches for site engineers. All right. No. Then hosting, hoisting, raising of panels require regular availability of mobile cranes of higher capacity, particularly for higher elevations. Transportation of panels require trailers and access to site without confinement. Traffic permit allowance has to be kept in consideration while planning activities. Additional safety methods Additional safety methods are employed to monitor working of cranes and access of trailers to site as well as handling during on loading and off loading of precast members. Very complicated statement. Let's see. Additional safety methods are employed to monitor working of crane and access of trailers to site as well as handling during on loading and offloading of precast members. Now, cost-sensitive application does not pose any such problem. Cost-sensitive application does not pose such problems since concrete is directly placed or procured from plant and placed in immediately after delivery. Cost-sensitive application requires on-site quality testing once truck is delivered to site, which if so rejected is returned back. Arrangement of curing are made on higher levels located works with difficult methods, particularly in hot weather conditions. Many towers have been successfully constructed based on combination of cast sensitive and precast panels. Site can be kept tidy and accident avoided considerably. Foregoing methods are applicable on tall buildings up to structural level from where structural steel forming starts. Foregoing methods are applicable on tall buildings up to structural level from where structural steel framing starts, involving no structural RCC framing. Now these are points of fast tracking. Okay, now I go loss prevention on building fire suppression. Loss prevention. Solve so many points in this. But after that, let us see first. Electrical standby supply. Okay. Headache, but I will complete it later. No problem. Loss prevention, fire suppression. Just 2 hours already over. My laptop's heating up a lot. Why heating so much? I don't understand this. No, this is loss prevention. Already noted above, firefighting basic provisions on buildings which accommodate large number of occupants and are prone all times to fire attack. Though included provisions may not be perfect, keeping abreast various circumstances but yet supportive from prevention viewpoint. Certain questions should be asked by designer pertinent to such issues. Alright, now promoter should also ask self whether or not sole criteria is to make money out of building promotion or to help occupants live safely. Indeed, losses can toll no limits. Losses can toll no limits when life of occupant is made a consideration. Building could be made, however, decorative and all attractive provided with all best facilities and appliances. But within minutes death arrives should loss prevention concept is not integrated with building. Got it. Building could be made howsoever decorative and attractive provide all best facilities and appliances. But within minutes death comes in arrives should loss prevention concept of building is should loss prevention concept is not integrated with building. Loss prevention is mandatorily applied on industrial oil projects where fire is susceptible all times without any warning, but such projects are never limited on budget considerations. Today, what day today is? Saturday? No. What day is today? Now, क्या प्रॉब्लम है यार मेरे को समझ नहीं आता क्यों बीच बीच में आते हैं. Tall buildings are used as a product of sales to user occupant. क्या प्रॉब्लम है इसको समझ नहीं आ रहा क्यों बजाया जा रहा है यार. Let me continue and call any unnecessary call and disturb stupid by activities. Can't help this people. What else are we talking about? Tall buildings are used as part of sales to occupants, which consideration inculcates proposition by promoter to produce, deliver and make money with no worry of future safety. Tall buildings are used as a product of sale to users, occupant, which consideration inculcates proposition by promoter to produce, deliver and make money with no worry of future safety. Moreover, premises cannot be sealed during emergency, which application can easily be applied for areas on other projects that accommodates high value data and relevant IT rooms. all occupants intend and wish to use air conditioning throughout, which provision necessitates keep premises closed for an effective conditioning. You got it. Though all occupants intend and wish to use air conditioning throughout, which provision and necessities keep premises closed for an effective conditioning. Fire is a major element that can bring in heavy losses of materials and human involved. Within minutes, losses can occur if no loss prevention applied or included. A smoke detection system can be utilized for areas which do not require use of fire-based appliances. Smoking within premises, internal areas should be avoided, while some chambers in common areas can be allowed for smoking. Suppression gases such as FM200 or Energen can be used in some significant areas that could result in heavy losses. In case of fire breakout, alright, now this is FM200. The Energen gas can be used in some significant areas that could result in heavy loss in case of fire breakout. Such areas may not be feasible to be automatically sealed when fire is broken out, yet manual activation of gases may be conducted after closing areas. Effect of such gases is very positive, since it takes few minutes only to combat fire by reducing oxygen levels within fire. Which areas gas I'm talking of from 200 Energen says that such areas may not be feasible to be automatically sealed when fire is broken out, yet manual activation of gas may be conducted after closing areas. Effect of such gases is very positive, since it takes few minutes only to combat fire by reducing oxygen levels within fire. Now, gas comprises of nitrogen, argon and oxygen, effect of which is that during fire level of oxygen is reduced simultaneously. Gas comprises of nitrogen, argon and oxygen, effect of which is that during fire level of oxygen is reduced simultaneously. Augmenting carbon dioxide levels, which helps maintaining minimum respiration level. At least data and systems can be saved. Duration saved during fire by sealing area. Sealing area talk is very important chapter. At least data and systems can be saved during fires by sealing area. For your methods as been given. Now is there Mr. Aklak. Welcome, Muhammad Aklak. Okay. Now what I was saying, at this data and system can be saved during fire by sealing area. Foregoing method has been given for information only, since in the residential buildings where large number of occupants live, practically it may not be possible, but in some non-residential areas, application can be made successful. And the resolution is avoid FM gases, avoid 200 and other one, the energy and avoid that also. Then you just see this on this map. I think you're boring with this. Okay. Then all common circulation areas should be kept all time obstruction free by allowing no material storage even for temporary purpose. Important point is this. Very important point. And before that I am getting some gas at water also, more water. Walking has absent. I could not walk for since this lockdown. I used to walk every 6 minutes every day. Gas, when head starts adding, that's a problem. Gas goes into head and causes problems. That's a problem here. What I was doing is, let me repeat, I think I got some missing, Well, okay. All common circulation areas should be kept all time obstruction free by allowing no material storage even for temporary purpose. Where buildings are too close to building under fire, other building also shall be susceptible to fire, yet would assist in evacuation of fire-trapped occupants to walk into no fire building when links by ordinary walkways are provided between two buildings at certain levels. That's right. It's common sense. What means, and the building will help you to evacuate. That's it. Then staircase, steps, rises and treads should be so proportioned that during their use in emergency situation, no untoward incident occurs. This is a very important point, Staircase, steps, rises and treads should be so proportioned that during their use in emergent situation, no untoward accident occurs. People should not avoid using a staircase just because riser is too high. That's the point we have to keep in mind. Issue is riser. People should not avoid using staircase just because riser is too high. Emergency staircase should be provided riser a maximum of 135 mm. Maximum of 125 mm is about 5 inches, and less if possible, say 100 mm if possible, so that it can be reused even by old people. Understand? 100 mm can be used by everybody. So we just be careful for that if space permits. Width of stairways should be considerable. so that occupants can walk up or down with convenience, convenience avoiding falling incidents. Okay. Now, flight should not contain more than 12 risers without intermediate provisions of landing. So that it means you get some relief while reaching landing, a relaxation of 2 seconds, 10 seconds, 15 seconds. It means you normally you feel some relaxation on that to your stretched body, to your stressed body. Though not in practice, for varied reasons, on external surfaces, accident to minorities. That engineer Mr. Ram Kumar. Okay, welcome Mr. Ram Kumar to. So let me come. Right. And yes, let me move fast now. What I was saying, the not in practice for various reasons on external surfaces adjacent to emergency stair to facilitate downward movement at descending cat ladder steps with adequate width can be provided. Keep from top floor to bottom floors at certain locations. Yeah, that can be very sometimes dangerous, Outside, how they simply can go on the roof. On earth. Right? So, now we go such steps can immediately assist fire-trapped occupants to exit building line by breaking windows, stepping in to hold cat steps, and at least save life by reaching to non-fire trapped floor. Electrical standby supply distribution. Actually, why I am today discussing this? First, let me tell you. I'm asking, I was talking something else yesterday. I'm talking this tall building issue. I am not talking about specifically on tall buildings. I'm just talking because I want to further stress on management. These points do part management on buildings. These are related to that one subject because this covers complete items and we are going to discuss on those items which are now today I'll combine with this item checklist with your another items which are, for example, you are talking of shower, you are taking water from there, wash water on tank or maybe dirty water, some dirty, but you may be getting every sun and this, so water in your tank becomes useless, you can say. So that is the purpose only, means we want to glow, we want to highlight more and more on quality issue because all these items are trapped. For example, talk of shear wall in multi-story building. We talked this precast is there. We talked of something else is there. It's a general study, general talk. And what our institutions are doing, even engineering institutions not doing what to do, they're just busy in prime ministers. That's why I say we should know something here, not to run away from these responsibilities. Because it will be clubbed to that one. That's why I'm trying to tell them. Many more documents are there to be clubbed to that one. Because it's necessary to put there on scale. Then come on to next one, and that is Already I have taken 2 hours and 21 minutes for this talk. Well, no problem. Electrical standby supplies and distribution. Now, cannot depend exclusively on state board supply and distribution of electrical energy to serve occupiers. Without continuous electrical supplies, vertical movement in building stops, which can cause adverse issues. Some persons can trap in elevators at all levels, jeopardizing lives, which situation necessitates requirements of standby emergency electrical supplies. Okay, then though though all services may not require standby supplies, yet necessary services such as water distribution, lifts, electrical LCDs, access card system, etc. should be provided operational all time. These are like emergencies. These are say all services may not require standby supply, yet necessary services such as water distribution, lifts, electric LCDs, and though all services may not require standby supplies, yet necessary services such as water distribution, lifts, electric LCDs, access car system, and should be provided operational all times. Such services load should be calculated. Such services load should be calculated for procurement of electrical generators of India capacity without producing sound and operable at low temperature cost. Then to meet foregoing requirement, selection of suitable location should be let us say, to meet foregoing requirements, selection of suitable locations should be made either within building or outside accommodation to house in required capacity generators, which could either be automatically activated if so linked to building management system, or else manual operation be considered. To meet foregoing requirement, selection of suitable locations should be made either within building or outside. Then should generator be accommodated within building at one location or designed for various locations, provision has to be considered accordingly. I will look on this so that I can continue. Maybe this side I can't review from this side. Now, should generator be accommodated within building at one location or designed for various locations, provision has to be considered accordingly, not only from structural viewpoint but also from dwelling and viewpoint. come on, should janitor be accommodated within building at one location or designed for various locations? Provision has to be considered accordingly, not only from structural viewpoint but also from draining point. Right. Let me repeat this one. Should janitor be accommodated within building at one location and designed for various locations? Provision has to be considered accordingly, not only from structural viewpoint but also from draining and environment viewpoint. Yes, that's right. Now, proper drainage should be considered from such locations to be separately drained out into only collection sump or manhole. Proper drainage should be considered from such locations to be separately drained out into only collection sump or manhole. Not clear, I think. Right now. After that, proper drainage, okay, so now, adequate provision should be made for regular filling, adequate provision should be made for regular fueling in equipment without causing redundant spillage from fuel tank with including fire preventive measures. Now, let me see, slipping from my hands. Uh, Adequate provision should be made for regular fueling in of equipment without causing redundant spillage from fuel tank with included fire preventive measures. You know, very important point. If you don't care about that, it causes hazards on site if you just allow leakage or surge from tank. So you must have the trough type everywhere. So trough takes that, which maybe we don't understand. Tall buildings are never singly constructed, but integrated in as a complex, surrounded by other ancillary structures which support and serve it. And supporting buildings must be made safe on higher consideration than main tall building with in tall building due to fact that during emergency supporting building must remain intact until tall buildings is controlled. It's on the you can read this. Then come on, next is 6 o'clock already. Let us move as much as can go. Let me first take these names down so that sometimes I lose my links. Let me continue. Supporting buildings or supporting is over now. Let me go to further one. Provisions of fire main under dedicated pressure. Provision of fire mains under dedicated pressure line can be included, provided with all corners fire hydrants so that immediate fire suppression can be achieved independently of main tall buildings. This is fire provision fire suppression arrangement of circuit around building, you can say. Provision of fire main under dedicated pressure line can be included, provided with all corners fire hydrants so that immediate supply so that immediate fire suppression can be achieved independently of main tall building. Such line such line can also be used if functional. Such line can also be used if functional after extinguishing fire of ancillary buildings for main building as supplementary system for central building. Then you can see that I will show you this one. Okay, and this is when building is meant for use by certain equipment such as medical appliances which require continuous functioning should also be included for generator based supplies. So system can also be used in functional after extinguishing fire of ancillary buildings. This is oh my god. Not sure. No. Building management system, I will talk. Building management system is very important discipline. It's a control, actually centralized control, you can say, building management system, and maybe I don't know it's working in our country. Building management system which is centralized control and now building management systems called BMS is a computer based control manager installed in buildings to control and monitor mechanical and electrical equipment such as provide for ventilation, lighting, power, fire and security, etc. BMS consists of software and hardware. Software program usually configured in a hierarchical pattern. It's a complex system impacting its significance on performance. Now, try to understand this system. BMS consists of software and hardware. Software program usually configured in a hierarchical pattern. It's a complex system impacting its significance on performance of buildings throughout its lifetime. Enabling case of service performance and its production. It's a complex system impacting significance on performance of buildings throughout its lifetime, enabling ease of service, performance, and its protection. It particularly applies to significant buildings involving immense cost. That's the point, Somebody there, let me see. No problem, it's there, no problem. It's okay. If particularly it particularly applies to significant buildings involving immense costs as well as where full-time occupancy is considered too high savings. Now, it particularly applies to significant buildings involving immense costs as well as where full-time occupancy is considered too high. A significant present age requires all heights of building include BMS. Present age requires all heights of buildings include BMS. Inclusion of BMS involves contributions from all disciplines to make all disciplines interface work successfully. That is important. I know if all interfaces of all systems are actually released or procured by same guy who is responsible for this, but let's say characteristics. BMS is most common in large and tall buildings. Yeah, BMS is most common in large and tall buildings for supporting automation services. Supporting automation services. Its core function is to manage environment within building, control temperature. Control temperature, carbon dioxide levels and humidity within a building. As a core function in most BMS systems, it's control heating and cooling managed systems. As a core function in BMS system, it controls heating and cooling manages systems so that so that so that so that this air throughout building, for example by operating fans or opening closing, that was the image. As a core function, most BMS it controls heating and cooling, manages system that distribute this air throughout building, for example by operating fans or opening closing. Opening closing dampers. Opening closing dampers locally controls mixture of heating and cooling to archive desired required rows. Got it? Let's go in section this. Then a secondary function sometimes is to monitor level of human generated carbon dioxide mixing in outside air with waste air to increase the amount of oxygen while in use. Then I say secondary function sometimes is to monitor level of green technology, this is A secondary function sometimes is to monitor level of human generated carbon dioxide mixing in outside air with waste air to increase amount of oxygen while devising. And let me read again. So the secondary function, actually these are very technical statements. Sometimes one has to think. A secondary function sometimes is to monitor level of human generated carbon dioxide mixing in outdoor mixing in outdoor no a secondary function sometimes is to monitor level of human generated carbon dioxide mixing in outside air which waste air to increase amount of oxygen while also minimizing heat cooling losses. Systems linked to BMS typically represent 40% of building energy use. Systems linked to BMS so it's the midpoint in system linked to BMS typically represents 40% of building energy uses, while in case lighting is also included, use increase 70%. You see how we can increase use of that. Then BMS are a critical component to managing building energy. Okay. Sometimes आप बैठा नहीं जाएगा. Systems linked to BMS typically represent 40% of building energy uses, while in case lighting is also included, use increase to 70%. If you are using only energy in BMS, systems linked to BMS typically represents 40% building energy uses, while in case lighting is also includes 70%. It's 100% energy, 70% maximum carbon dioxide. Now, BMS are a critical component to manage energy demand. BMS systems are sometimes linked to access control or other security systems such as closed circuit television and motion detectors. Yeah. Now, BMS systems are sometimes linked to access control of such security systems as closed circuit television and motion detectors, fire alarm system and elevators. Fire alarm system and elevators are also sometimes linked to BMS so as when a fire is detected, system could shut off dampers. Should shut off dampers in ventilation system. Let me read it. Fire alarm systems and elevators are also sometimes linked. Fire alarm elevators to BMS so that the system is fire. The service is a little boring and technical. Fire alarm systems and elevators are also sometimes linked to BMS so as when a fire is detected, System could shut off damper in ventilation areas systems to stop smoke spreading. Okay. To stop smoke spreading and send all elevators to ground floor and park to prevent people using them in even a fire. Let me read it again because you see that one. Fire alarm systems and elevators are also sometimes linked to BMS, so as when a fire is detected, system could shut off dampers and ventilation systems to stop smoke spreading, send all elevators to ground floor and park to prevent people from using them in event of fire. Depending on whatever requirements to serve building main system, BMS can also be designed and demanded scope of service control. So, depending on whatever requirement to serve building, BMS can be designed to cover demands, scope of services controls. So this is all that. Lighting I'll tell now. I think this file I kept somewhere. I'll see. Lighting can be turned on, off or dimmed using a building management system. Lighting can be turned on, off or dimmed. Dimming is also, you know what's dimming, I think you know, reducing light lux and increasing lux like that. Generally in major rooms, advanced rooms, lighting can be turned on, off or dimmed using a building management system based on time of day or on occupancy sensor, photo sensors or timing. And one typical example is to turn lights on a space for half hour since last motion was sensed. Half an hour since last motion was sensed. A photo cell placed outside a building. Photo cell. A photo cell placed outside a building can sense darkness. Can sense darkness time of the day. Darkness time of the day and module light of the day. It's a difficult example, One typical example is turn light on in space for half an hour since last motion. As is photo cell placed outside a building. Photo cell placed outside a building can sense darkness time of day and module lights then lighting can also be linked to BMS control systems. Ending, system enabling to replace dimmers or turn off lights. Replace dimmers. Another talking lighting can also be linked to BMS control system, enabling to replace dimmers for or turn off lights. In newer buildings, lighting control is best on field. In newer buildings, lighting control is a must. Is a bus based on this system. Loading and lamps with ballasts are fully dimmable. In newer buildings, light controls is based on field bus. Lamps with ballast are, are fully developable. Then I go to function. Lamps with bells are fully dimmable. Functions of building management system. What are functions? That's the point here now. Let me put fan off. I'm getting lazy. I can put a fan. My laptop is getting much heated for some reason. I don't know. What's the reason here? Let me put off this charge. Let me see how it works. It stops. So that's the problem. If I remove this PowerPoint, this doesn't work properly. I can't show my laptop service. Alright. Now, functions of building management system. 4 basic functions of a central computers controlled BMS for buildings, facilities, mechanical and electrical equipment for comfort, safety and efficient are controlling, monitoring, optimizing, reporting. Controlling, monitoring, optimizing and reporting. These are 4 functional systems on one. Four basic functions of a Four basic functions of a central computer control BMS for buildings, facilities, mechanical, electrical equipment for comfort, safety and efficiency are controlling, monitoring, optimizing, reporting. BMS normally manages follow system. Normally manages following system. Power, both low, medium and high. So low, medium, high, both 3 phases is used. So this is systems. A BMS normally manages following systems: power both low, medium, high, elimination of all ages of lux. Means BMS normally manages for power both low, medium and high. Low means low voltage, medium means for certain applications, and high means for appliances. Elimination of all range of lux. Elimination of all range of lux. Electrical power control. Heating, ventilation and air conditioning HVAC. Security and observations. Elimination of all range of lux. Electrical power control, heating, ventilation and air conditioning HVAC, security and observation, magnetic card and access, fire alarm, lifts, elevators, plumbing, burglary alarm, CCTV, trace, heat, interesting, heat, interesting. Security and observation, magnetic car and access, fire alarm, lifts, elevators, plumbing, burglar alarm, trace, here. And lift, elevators, plumbing, burglar alarm, So many points there. Lifts, elevators, plumbing, burglar alarms, CCTV, true sharing, then plumbing, burglar alarm, trace heating, heat tracing. Heat tracing is something different. Then other engineering, high automation, home automation, uh, uh, now building, sorry, heat tracing, other engineering, home automation, fire alarm and safety, manage sensors of these points you must remember. Then let us see what's that. It says one place heat tracing. No, I see tracing. Maybe you know, many of you know. Sometimes gas in condensed form is transported through pipes. You must have noted this somewhere on big projects. Pipe is moving in very minus temperatures, in liquid form. So gas can freeze in that pipe. If it freezes in that pipe, you know what happens, what's the meaning of that. So you have to heat that pipe by some system throughout, so that this gas cannot freeze, it keeps on moving in desired velocity or design velocity without getting into freeze. This is called heat tracing. Tracing, you trace it, finish, and keep it under control. Now, benefits of BMS. I think let us see what actually, if I repeat that list, is better. I repeat that list. Power, both low, medium, and high. Remember these points. It's low voltage, it's medium voltage, it's high voltage. Both, all. We have to use this. Elimination of all range of lux means this can manage. Electrical power control, it can manage. Heat, ventilation, air conditioning manage. And electrical power, you can say heat, electrical power. Then electrical power control, heating, ventilation, and heating, ventilation, and air conditioning, and security and observation. Security and observation, magnetic call and access. Fire alarm, life elevators, plumbing. Now, benefits. Building tenant occupants. Good control of internal comfort conditions. Let me charge it also, otherwise it will go down. If I charge it, will not cut it down. So, good control of internal comfort conditions, possibility of individual room control, increased staff productivity, effective monitoring and targeting of energy consumptions, improved plant reliability and life, effective response to HVAC related complaints, save time and money during. I'll show you just a minute. Building tenant occupants, what they get. Good control of internal comfort conditions, possibility of individual room control, increased staff productivity, effective monitoring and tech targeting of energy consumption, improved plant reliability and life, effective response to HVAC related complaints, save time and money during maintenance. These are mean benefit. Then building owner, what he gets, higher rental value. Higher rental value, well, this is something else. Flexibility on change of building use. Flexibility on change of building use. Individual tenant billing for services facilities managed. Individual tenant billings for services facilities managed. Then central or remote control and monitoring of building. Increased level of comfort and time saving. Right? Individual tenant billing for services facilities manager. Then individual tenant billing for services facilities manager, central or remote control. Central or remote control. Difficult to call it like this. Individual tenant billing for services facilities managers, central or remote control and monitoring of building, increased level of comfort and time saving, remote monitoring of plants such as AHUs or air handling unit, fire pumps, plumbing pumps, electrical supply, STP, WTP, etc. Central or remote control and monitoring of building. You can see that one. Alright. No. I read it again because this is not that much difficult. Higher rental value, flexibility on change of building use, individual tenant billing for services facilities manager, and central or remote control and monitoring of building, increased level of comfort and time saving, remote monitoring of plants and such as HUs, fire pumps, plumbing pumps, electrical supply, STPW, etc. And central or remote control and monitoring of buildings. Maintenance companies, what they get? Maintenance companies, what they get? Let's see. Yet, ease of information availability problem, computerized maintenance scheduling, effective use of maintenance staff, early detection of problem, more satisfied occupants. And notice, purpose of this explanation is to apprise personnel involved in all types of buildings, designs and prosecution activities. It has to be seen that foregoing systems, when worked on by BMS, can assist buildings from many viewpoints. Main issue lie in designing, interfacing, finalizing drawings on site coordination and structural related provisions which result in intensive communications. Many areas controls Many areas controls within buildings requires provision of raised floor. Many areas, the simple I'm telling you, many areas controlled within buildings requires provisions of raised floors, which allows runways for relevant structural cabling for BMS raised floors. Raised floors are an important item. Such floors further require protection from fire, since large value data are stored in those server rooms, which further demand absolute control. That's an important point. You will get this sometimes online. This important one. I'll repeat here for see this. My fingers are, I think, disturbing me probably. Now, next one is this tall, high-rise township. That's the important point. I'll discuss township in that plans talks, but because it's part of this, I'll just try to finish this. I think after that one we already see. Alright, let me. I want to just finish this. If something else is after that. I think this last one in this file in this. Okay, so I finish it and then we'll talk some general. So this is township here. Tall, high township. I have talked about it, whatever is the same, but even then we have to think something else from the common sense point of view. Everything it was written for some purpose. I composed it long back, keeping new constitutions there because of earthquake and all that. I was elected resource person for something. I went to that. At that time, I collected all this, and based on my experience, I tried to include as much information possible so that's available books comes out from there. Maybe you're not able to read it at this point. Like this was. Oh, no. What it says, tall buildings do need high profile supporting services and surroundings. Such buildings do also require an representative scope area. Such buildings do also require a representative scope area on ground so as to match with its dignity. Just erection of one tall structure in certain congestion area cannot be considered tenable. Suggested to plan buildings in many numbers in certain location for high rise so as to socialize, utilize land use, extend its supporting services in a systematic style. Since buildings being tall can help at least in daytime provide sunlight illumination within all buildings premises to an extent virtually feasible. Dependence on use of air conditioning should be minimized to an extent practically possible. Such concept to use maximum natural energy is a follow-up of green building or old trust concepts. Alright. Then least use of air conditions. Least use of air conditioning shall affect typical requirement on specification of glazing or windows. Glazing on windows as well as on building external cladding. Building least use of air condition shall affect typical requirement on situation. Then can say least, no, glazing is related to that. Least use of air conditioning shall affect typical requirement or the specification of glazing. Glazing means your windows or curtain walls or ventilators or doors even on windows as well as on building external cladding and envelope. So AC is relative to efficiency. Buildings should be kept provided with a distance between two buildings and two rows, which space on area can be used to facilitate locations of other ancillary buildings. Provision pertinent roads, services, etc. And buildings, gap between two such buildings helps in preventing fire from spreading to other buildings as well. All such buildings remain all such buildings remain surrounded by soft landscape. Soft landscape is grass, plantation, or some football ground, for example, like where there is no hard item available. All such buildings remain surrounded by soft landscape all times, where on trees can be planted with complete external irrigation system. But type, that external irrigation, small pipes and all that. Some where they should be in between road, or it is available in that case, it cannot be in that case removed. So it says that all such buildings remain surrounded by soft landscape all times. Around trees can be planted with complete external irrigation. Then along with such buildings, group car parking lots. Car parking lots, multi-stories carports can be added so that not to allow any car outside buildings on circulation street, internal roads carefully. Okay. Along with along with buildings, group car parking lots, multi-stories carports can be added so that not allow any car outside buildings on circulation streets, internal roads to keep township city tidy and clean. Reservoirs can be accommodated. This can be accommodated. Still. Reservoirs can be accommodated within such areas of landscape. Firefighting external system can also be very well accommodated. Other facilities for town residences can also be easily added for future of its working infrastructure. Now, other facilities for town resident can also be easily added for its own success. And other facilities for town residents can also be easily added for its working effect. Of course, the other facilities here then, in addition to assist its residents, local markets, local schools and medical homes, police stations, substations can be provided. If so required for local entertainments or letters is eyes problem sometimes, and both eyes are contact operated and sometimes I get strain. If so required for local entertainment or recreation, Swimming pools, tennis sports courts can also be added, as I have shown that in addition to assist its residents welfare local. Okay. If so required for locally entertainment of recreation, swimming pools, tennis sports, courts can also be provided. I'll show you some sketches now I'm talking of, and you will clear. I'll share just after this. And but later we'll discuss about there are so many sketches I have prepared about more than 40 sketches long back. Size of such buildings should be designed in a way that adequate length and width should be available to encounter wind forces. That's the more important here because we do not take into consideration wind design, so make in a way shape in a way that width wise, like or height wise, you need to worry about wind. In case of collapse due to whatever cause, building should be adversely impact on other buildings. Such complex delivery provision would certainly require controls respecting rainwater, disposal water from uh, dish. Uh, then you can say when such type of jail building, a tall building, then a sample indicator. I missed something, I think. No. Provision of rainwater, yes, that's gone. I missed something. Such delivery provision would certainly require control respecting rainwater disposal from ground open areas while major runoff. Okay, that's actually provision of drained run. Provision of rainwater preservation can be made for water discharge that's not naturally preserved in soil strata, which when such type of tall buildings, it's like tall buildings, spaced complexes or planned, beautiful landscape can be included around buildings. A sample indicated town sketch has been included on this. Then many such integrated complexes have been accommodated on this plan to constitute a major township. Such a shapes of buildings in plan with continuous styles so as to have varying architecture in building industry. Can I say if you just see what I mean now? Well, I'll try to show a few sketches if you function on that. This was a part of some online conference long back, and I included all these points on my behalf. So I actually it's long back, so I still don't remember exactly because now in one more thing there was changing cities, building opportunities. This was very even just long back a paper was submitted and said that no, this is practical technical already. Let me see this if it opens. I think not much, but let me just see. And let us let me see first of all what is this? This is a plant. It's like a city, and then It's like another one, complicated structure. It's a process. Administration area, administrative area, but area. It's only sand. And this is complete such process, complete circuit. A process area, blast area, you can see this is like blast area. And this gas is released by firing. And then this is a machine blocking. High braking photon. This is another same but just different angle. That's a sea water basin, big structure. Again, switch the the substation here. LNG plant is located in the Rasulullah antenna. Sorry, I'm coming. This is a cost center. Then this is the shooting range. You know, see that. That's the result. Shooting range. This is log. This is a normal building. I need to take something else. Just but it's nonsense sometimes, you don't see it. I'm losing my time. I'm wasting other stuff too. Book plans, yes, I got it. Book plans. First, I would show master key of this. Let us blow up a little. Let's, for example, open this. What is this? Yeah, right. Disappear again. Wasting your time for nothing. Disappear again. Yeah. Change. कौन सा कलर कोई याद नहीं है मेरे को. You codes, yes, it has come again. Okay, fine. Also like that. Okay. Let us start this. Can you see what is this? This is self-contained unit. Self-contained array. Just closely watch at this. You see, I'm just giving some reference, not showing all. It's reference that's written to see. This is a plot, big side dimensions given, like written here dimensions. Then when dimensions written, this is measured one. There are buildings, and around buildings are facilities. That is entries and somewhere. So this is something written on that. You read yourself what is that, and you continue to watch it. This is actually 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 0, 7. And if you go further, it's like maybe it's joke, but it's like that. This is kind of, a design of, let's see this way, a small building of shaped aeroplane, say it's a guest house or hotel. This type of structure is this. And then the work power. For example, let's see what is there. It's a figure like this. Can you read that? You see, it's buildings, and then it is your other facilities, car ports, infrastructure, all that, and type school, universities, other universities, so now it's gone. So these types of these are called self-contained units. Let us say another one I'll show you. Let us follow this as it's a different one. If you can read this, Can you do this now? One second now. It is, if you read this, what's written on top? India, a India a beautiful nation. India a beautiful nation. Now this I will show you later on because this is not proper time for this. I'm just giving you a reference. Why I'm talking about this tall buildings. This is only purpose that this is in my program. This tall building. The purpose of this was today actually now because we are talking of management, we are talking of quality, quantity and everything. When we talk like that in a prospectus, in a wide perspective of management, that management includes everything. It's not simply site management, it includes every activity in construction and design civil act. From initiation or conception to final commission, final handover and bringing project status to operation status. That's what is management all about according to conception I got from my experience. A division between a project and operation. When project starts and what time it ends and then jumps over to operation which never stops. That point is very important in this. And that point must be considered very intelligently, not resultly. Intelligent in the sense the project manager must convey to us something it is. It's not that somebody decides and we agree with that. No, we don't agree with that. We agree on what we think because this is our field. I'm not bound by someone who says no, this is management, my management. That I take whole project as management and leave when operation comes. Let operation take care of this, which is never-ending management, which continues forever until that building or that structure stays. Operation means, let us say example of power station. We start something at one point, then we finally commission it. So this distance is journey from initial stage of budgetary provision or feasibility report to final commissioning and testing, or if there is a maintenance period also included in that maintenance period. So this means this stage of budget stage, feasibility stage, plus feed stage, plus design stage, plus bid stage, plus award stage, plus construction stage, plus commissioning stage, plus maintenance stage, equal project. Project activities are these, project relations are these. When we say finally commissioned and our maintenance is over, at that point permanent operation starts. Where at management of project comes back only for warranted items, and that is manufacturer's responsibility, not other one's responsibility. As far as law is concerned, so our steps stop at day when its name is changed from project to operation. This duration is project management, and there are many managements in project management, and that's why I said budget management, feed management, design management, then tendering or bidding management, then award management, then prosecution, execution management, supervision management, commissioning management. If you take like that, every field is management. And then operation management, let them understand what they do. I don't care for that. That's not my field. Mechanicals are there, electricals are there, CCTV and others, SCADA are there. So many professionals are there. They are experts of their own field, nothing to that. Our work is down in foundation and structures and only vessel. As I showed you this sketch of a plant, civil is not seen there, only mechanical, structural vessels, all that. But everybody is there, so our headache is over. That is sole purpose. I am trying to sections. I am trying to dissect like doctor dissects. This is mine. 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 Thank you very much. I go. That is more interesting from this point of view. I am not bound by some specific syllabus here. It is, you can say field professorship. It's like that. Field research professorship is nothing but research. You research at every stage. And imagination starts when you think of, and that imagination is converted of, is delivered in physical terms. That's project management. You have to now analyze and think that way. No crossing there, no alternation there. It is quantity plus quality management, quantity plus quality plus safety plus and all other subsidiaries like planning, like you can say quantification, all that work as a part of management. And as much experience you have, that much powerful you are. Degrees continue with you for some time, but once you beat degrees, you start your own creative degrees. That time you are a person who attained something, leaving dependency on books, but getting your own advancement without referring to books, but to resources. Not to books, to resources. Not to resources. That explanation speaks that this is what is called project management. So that is my attempt to intensively consider and conduct talks which cover all areas of engineering on construction. It's not engineering construction, engineering on construction, because construction is engineering, design is engineering, safety is engineering, quality is engineering, planning is engineering, quantification is, every discipline is engineering. So there are so many disciplines in this. If you count from one row you'll find this is the discipline, this discipline, this discipline, this, all disciplines work together to make one manager, one engineer. That is sole criteria in this. Sole criteria, which is very significant one if you think from that point of view, and if you don't think from that point of view, you can't do something. So that was only purpose. I tried to take this tedious time of sleepy mood on that, because when I read something I find a problem because of my eyes. Reading is a problem for me due to some reason. When I don't read and speak, I feel better. It's my personal problem, and no need of explanation on that. But this I have learned so far, that we have to define separately, because there can be no mix-up. And team of engineers here is basic engineers plus supporting engineers. This all projects are done by a team, and that team is original team plus those who later on come and support and maintain. Primary team is the which is electrical, HVAC or mechanical or thermal, and superficially architecture, because architects are not involved till end. They are involved only for brief period, particularly in such mega projects. I am talking of such plant projects which are mega projects. I am not talking of simple house. Though for me simple house is also very difficult to do. but there people have support, they support too much with each other, they can get benefit of that. So when I try to involve with this, I had to think it just to talk differently so that you people get something and write to me, criticize me, no problem, I don't mind that. Because until I get criticism, I won't understand my defects. I should understand my mistake first. Otherwise, I link this talk to not only here, no, I link it to LinkedIn and Twitter, and also nowadays I link to Sefi. But I'm not getting any feedback from there as well. This means either people are not interested to learn or to participate. No feedback from Sefi because Sefi people are only busy in bending and share force. I think they are not concerned with what's happening around the world. Find such things, they don't understand such sometimes what we people are. Means we are busy in our shop, not concerned with what's happening in neighborhood. I think same nature we have. I want people to participate in such dissemination so that integrity is created, a harmonious environment is created among engineers. And if engineers do not link in such situations, we lose something. Those who are really representing change, it's only engineers who can change and will change. But if they keep silence, they don't come out to speak, they don't worry about anything, they just immerse themselves only in their books, in codes, which are not very much useful to public. In fact, public doesn't know all this, but public should know what you have to tell them. That is very important. If my knowledge, your knowledge, if technical development is unable to reach to a common citizen, then we are not working. In fact, we are working to ourselves, though service is for citizen. Even if you are paid by honor, but somehow occupant who buys that is your client, not that who pays you fee. This point we have to be clear. We are working for structures, for buildings, for whatever, not for someone else. That structure has a right to get our full knowledge. And if we don't do that, we do not do justice to ourselves. This point should be very clear. And if you don't do justice to ourselves, you can't do prayer to God, even if you pray. That doesn't mean anything. I am bringing God into picture because ultimately it's God's earth. We are here, my building is here, my infrastructure is here, everything is here on God's property. So we have to think of that. Not for that person's paying. Yes, that person is paying, is fine, he has right, but he is selling that. So that person is also not original user. Original user is someone else who doesn't even know, who won't even understand what was done. This point has been very important. Why should we think of those who are not interested in our designs or technology, but interested only in making money? Are we here to think of those only? That's one point. You passed your engineering degree or whatever else. Was it for that person who wants to make money? You have to think about that. If your purpose is only to help others to make money, then I think it's not engineering. Engineering never defines that you have to help someone to make money. It defines that you make use of natural resources economically and help development. This is oath I think you have taken, and this is what is code of conduct. And if you think that you are born to make someone rich with legal or illegal means, then your definition is not on same page as mine. If you are involved in such type of practice with that person, that's with that time you are not engineer. You are a part with that one. So both in same boat, and you can't be called engineer, though you are designated engineer, but you are not engineer. So once you are involved with same style, what I should not say robbery or something, but that is actually that. If you are involve yourself with that kind of actions, that time you are conscious will not allow you to speak that you are engineer. Agents of change, you are representing change, you are representing this, make desert to city, forest to city, you are representing that, and you cannot answer to your conscious, your soul, what you are doing. And that's why I'm saying that we should now, the time has come to do something else. Change has already come. You believe it or you do not believe it. Change has come because this year has changed complete world, and you can't help it not to change, not to be changed. It is working for change, and you have to understand this change. I am talking of, COVID-19, which is a message to us all. Change yourself. Simple. If you don't change, nature shall attack you. I don't care which illness came, how came. I only know one thing, and that is there is some power, and that power has started beating everybody. And that beating is so powerful that you are not able to find which stick is being used to beat you. That stick is not seen. Atom bombs have failed, all bombs have failed. This bomb is not even seen where it is. So we should understand signals very well, that what you think is something for you is not for you. If you think what is not for you should be for you. That point must be well understood. If you believe in God, and if you say, no, I don't believe what, that is your outlook. I'm not going to argue on that. Don't forget, we are engineers, not because of someone else, because of your efforts, your education, your practice. You are not engineer because of politicians or some businessmen. You are not engineer because of other countries. You are engineer because of your attempt, your hard work, your conscious. If you forget that, your role will not work. Whatever you think you are, you won't work that way. You can't work that way if you don't change your mind. This is your profession. This is much more than your religion. Religion is imaginary, but your profession is not imaginary. It starts with imagination but ends in physical work. That is difference. We imagine there is a bending moment. We imagine there is deflection. We imagine there is torsion. We imagine there is sway. But we see only stationary dimension. Everything is working, but we can't see. This means there is physical presence of everything from our imagination. This imagination is much more than, it's much more real than fictitious imagination, fictitious thinking of something which we do not know. It's called work is worship, everybody says. But really is it? Is work worship? It is said only, but engineer makes it. Engineer goes to every place where it is required to go. It may be forest, it may be hilltop, it may be sea, it may be river, or it may be some forest, desert, hot or cold, has to go if work is required to be done. Maybe there's no chair, there's no desk, there's no seat to sit, has to go. Because someone's imagination you are going to fulfill to physical form. That is engineering. And that form is not just a form, that form works, that form serves. Where we stand, we have to relate to that value, not to someone who cannot give us value. Forget that. Who can give you value? That you yourself value? Nobody can give you value because they don't have that capacity to understand. How can they give you? Those people cannot understand what is your work. They just know you are doing something in the field, you are doing some concrete, some bricks, some this and some that, and some wiring, some mechanical parts in factory. Only that they must know. They do not know basics behind that, how mechanical part is designed, how it is contemplated, how building is contemplated, how it is designed. Behind curtain, common people do not understand. And those who know it, who are engineers, they keep silent always, they don't speak, which is their negative activity. They should speak, they should teach people. Whenever they get a chance, they should teach them. I know people will not learn, but it is your duty to teach them that this should happen like this. I know it's difficult. People won't like you if you do that. So you are not living for people should like you. You did your engineering that people would like you? Never. A doctor operates someone thinking that the person likes you? No. Because it is role, it is job. There, doctor and patient has direct relation. Patient knows what doctor is doing. Here, our patient is missing. Only doctor is available. Our patient is stone, aggregate, cement bags, water, and surrounding environment. There is no live being until we deliver something to know what is being delivered. People don't understand what's going on, they just see and go, that's it. Nobody tries to know until your work is finished. They know it, they see it, but they don't know about what you are doing. Therefore, we have to change them and their understanding, their points. If we can't do that, we will do, no problem, we have been doing. Engineers are contributing in work, but they are not contributing in knowledge enhancement. They are scared for what I don't know. You are busy, just like people are saying now doctors are doing this and doctors are doing that. Just like we do. Don't we do? But people don't see at us. They don't look at us. Doctors are looked at. People know they are doing. But when you do hours and hours and hours every day, years on project without going to home, don't you do it? On projects. Busy on project all time, and for years you don't go home. What is that? Is that not work? Is that not worship? Sometimes you don't know which day is today, which festival is today. Sometimes you get your phone call from some home, then you know today is that, that's all. I'm just saying that Your role is not known to public in black and white, and that role is being your because you are not clear about that role. You are not telling them, and they don't know so what to do. Oh, this man just cognitive person, this man, that man, like that. If somebody told someone I was feeling, oh, you are mate, it was a dialogue joke. Yes, we are mate, we are everything, we are rubbish, we are labor. What else to say? They are also human being. Sometimes I am sweeper. Yes, I am sweeper. I am PM. I am cook. I am driver. You have to do this. You have to do this. If you want to start something, they leave it to you. Do it, that's all. They don't help you. And you have to do it. And after doing that, they don't give you credit also. Oh, you are paid for that. Simply fine. So what to do? Don't expect anything and that's all. Just think you are a part of nature. Is sun asking for credit for its sunlight? Or sky is asking some credit? Or stars are asking credit? Or nature is asking credit? No one is asking. So why asking? You are using natural product. You are not using artificial product. Which product you are using artificial? Tell me. You are using aggregate, that's natural. Stone chips, that's natural. Water natural. Limestone natural. Silica natural. Clay natural. What is artificial? Human you are using, they are natural. Machines you are using, there's also natural metals. So you are dependent on nature. They are also dependent on nature, but they don't realize this fact. They looted that. That's only difference. They wanted commercially something, we wanted build up something. They are interested in commerce. We should get some money and that's all. But you are not thinking to sell that product, you are going to give to someone. And you are getting salary only. But your project is raw material to finished product. You are even doing better than spare parts because they are at least getting assemblies. Those industries working on car manufacture, they are doing just design and assemble parts and collect them, gather them. But you are doing something else. There is a difference in engineering and other professions. So my purpose is that our system is not defined well. We say only, we don't define. We want to just move in way those people are moving, and that is only problem. You have to move in a different way, opposite to them, then they can understand you. It's not political opposition, it is professional opposition. We worked, but they don't know we worked. That's the only difference. You have to claim that you are working, and that claim only by clarifying what you are doing, by telling them what you are doing, by not accepting what they want to do. Every engineer accepts what someone says, and I don't understand why. Only because of some money? That's the only reason? Or you are afraid you will be transferred? That point is very powerful if you understand that. Or we can do anything in life just to live like others are living, and that's it. I think that's a point you should understand very well. Also there, Mr. Gushan, you are welcome. Mr. Dinesh, you are welcome. Mr. Anand, welcome. So small letters, Well, no problem. Whoever is there, fine. They have time, they come, and thanks for that. I'll keep talking about this management issues later. Now I'd say my laptop is also very hot. I want to close it. It will not cause some problems later when shops are closed. What I do something and you are delivering something, means you have to say, I am delivering this. It's my role. And others come and they enjoy, and you are thrown off. You know, means, just for example, we are, how many engineers are we in this country? I think lakhs of engineers are there in all disciplines, and we are silent spectators still now. You see how many workers who are poor have been abused by government, by police. They are being beaten. They are being thrown road. They are our assets. Engineers' assets they are. And we are silent. We are not even speaking. We are not even writing. They are considered them vegetables. Throw them where you want to throw. They are sleeping on roads. No food. And we are silent. Is it right? They are nation builders. They support engineers. Their owners have run away. They have no food and we are silent. Government is not concerned with them, and our institution is not concerned with them. What for we are there then? What's the purpose of all this? If we use them, we don't care for them. What is our role? Is their role for us? Are they our slaves? They are our real workers. Imagine, if they are not there, who shall work for you? Shall your machines move? Shall you work on site? You can't work there without them. So we should shield them or leave them. That's my point. What pollution is giving me? Nothing. Why should I worry about pollution? Why should I worry about police? What police is giving me? But police is beating them. And we are watching, just like film. We are silent. Lakhs and millions of people are silent when crowds are being beaten. Do you follow religion? This you follow? If you follow this, I condemn such religion thought. I have not seen even 2 or 3 writings from engineers who can speak. They can't speak. Unfortunately, they can't speak. I can't say this. You're conscious. You're conscious. You have to see your conscious how it is working. That's all I can say. Thank you very much. I close it now.